curtain real quick. Good morning, good morning. Alright, sorry about that. It is April 1st, the first day of Camp Nano, the first day of my beta read, and I'm so excited. I'm ready for it. I'm here and I'm ready for it. Sorry that it took a few minutes longer to get my feed started this morning than I expected. That camera can be very finicky. All right. Good morning, Maria. Am I frozen today? Am I Elsa again, as Kristen said yesterday? Or am I good? Mm-hmm. Yay for Camp Nano. I agree. I have a lot to do today, though, before I can even start thinking about Nano. I spent my entire day yesterday down here in my writing cave working on prepping my document for prepping it to give out to betas. It took me, yay, I'm not frozen. Today I can be Anna. It took me a long time to get through figuring out how to get it in the right shape out of Scrivener, formatting and everything the way I wanted it, and then into Google Docs, and then for some reason the table of contents didn't transfer over to Google Docs. Bookmarks did, but I couldn't find them all. Like there wasn't any easy place to access the bookmarks and go to the next spot, so I had to scroll through the entire document, find where the bookmarks were, turn them into table of contents, and so that people who do use Google Docs to read it have an easier time navigating it. So that took forever, and then turning that into a PDF through Google Docs. It says download to PDF, but that does not work. FYI, you still have to do the print to PDF option like you would in Word or wherever else you transfer. Good morning, Chandra. Documents from. And then I also turned it into an EPUB file on Google and then converted the EPUB file into a Mobi file because, of course, EPUB works with everything except the Kindle, which is the one app I'm using. And then it just took forever. It took all day. Went and picked up my kids, came back down here, worked some more till about 7:45, went back, to pick up my son from youth group, which my husband had taken him to, and then came back down here, worked for a few more minutes, took a shower, and went to bed. So, but first day of Camp Nano, and my kids don't have school, so I actually wrote in the comments that I will be here today from 6 to 10 a.m. So hopefully I can get some stuff done. Uh-oh. I can tell you the prank I played on my husband this morning totally got him for April Fool's Day. Yes, do tell, Maria. See, Maria and Chandra chatting away, but it looks like I have a few more viewers, so I don't know if Piper's here or not. I'm sure she'd love to read all about your April Fool's joke. She might be too busy fooling people to be here this morning. I was going to show you guys that I got my book on my Kindle again. I had to test it before I could figure out how to send it to other people. But look at that. I did not plan this. Look at the 3 books that are up. My book that's in beta, Maria's book that I've been reading to my daughter for forever and a half, and Piper's book that I'm working on. Isn't that funny? Yeah, so I've got it in there. The only thing I don't like is the way the first page turned out. I don't want to do that. But once you get into the chapters, it looks good as like chapter to chapter. It looks like a book. It's not quite as much white space on the chapter pages as I wanted, but one of the problems I had last time was that all of the L's, like double L's, turned into a 1L. And this time it doesn't look like it did that or did anything else funny with the formatting. So that's exciting. Chandra says, I finished my book yesterday and I'm ready to start my new project for Camp Nano. Perfect timing, Chandra. Perfect timing. You hit your goals, right? You're for March. Maria says, so I told him a publisher had sent me a DM on Twitter, told him they do audiobooks with a twist and were interested in The Boy from the Snow. Normally do children's books, but they were interested. I'm waiting to see if there's a little bit more to that story. Want to know how your husband reacted. So let's see here. We're going to get my music lined up. Go with this one, I guess. Piper likes having access to that. In the character of Epos, the horse, so I told him they do audiobooks with animal noises and wanted to tell the story from the horse's point of view, bringing the noises from the farm alive in your books. Yes, I hit my 50,000. Woo! So excited for you, Chandra. Maria hit her goals yesterday, too. I think she hit both of them. Finally told him the publisher's name was UV Barnyard. Nope, sorry, you've been had. He totally fell for it. Sorry, YouTube delay. Maybe it's building the suspense. It was. I'm glad he fell for your joke. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start us with a word of prayer. Father God, I just thank you for this new day and this new thing and this new month and Camp Nano. I thank you for the motivation that Camp Nano brings to writers all around the world. I thank you for these people who have already shown up this morning, ready to work, excited to make new goals and stick with them. And every day at least show up and work towards those goals, whether we hit the exact word counts or the exact hours that we set today. Lord, I just pray that at the end of it, we will have showed up and we will have put the time in, and that in and of itself will be us meeting our goals. I thank you for all that you have done for us, and all of that this week is to remind us to stop and slow down and think about with Easter and your son dying on the cross for us. Thank you for that, Lord. Thank you for this time. Thank you that today the kids don't have school, so I can be here for longer and I can put time and energy into this part of my life, this business mindset of writing. pray for my project that I'm working on that's going out to betas today. I just pray that your hand would be on that the betas will be able to give me positive and encouraging, but also honest feedback. And I just thank you so much for the story you've given me. And I pray for the one that's coming later today as I have time to sit down and start writing. Thank you so much. And for these ladies, I pray the same. In Jesus' name, amen. Okay. All right, Maria's going to head out and walk the dog. She'll be back for the next sprint, hopefully. All right, sounds good, Maria. Enjoy your walk. I agree, Chandra. She did good. All right. Are you ready? I'm so ready. I am going to start by sending this book out. I got all the prep work done yesterday, so hopefully it'll be just as easy as copy and paste and add a few files. Boom, 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 boom. And then we will be on our way. We will chat again at 6:25. So today will be shorter for the first one, but that's okay because I'm here for a long time. Excuse me. That is time. How'd you do? How did you do? I put a lot of little X's on my list. I'll show you. A lot of little X's. I had 2 friends sign up later last night. I got their info transferred into the contacts list in my Gmail. I got the Kindle files emailed out to the 4 who chose that option. I got the info emailed out to the 3 people who are using PDFs. And so I have a couple of this chair. It keeps losing its height all on its own. I did this all day yesterday too. It's not supposed to sink, but it is. Anyway, so I'm doing well. I only have a couple more emails to send and then I will be done with this and able to move on to what's next. I've already scheduled my YouTube things for this week and the end of this week and next week. So I don't need to do that. I do need to, I think I need to get into Scrivener and plan, outline, or organize the first couple of chapters of my next book. Chandra says 105 to start the new project. So exciting. Starting new projects can feel so daunting. Like the words start to come really slow at first, but it's so rewarding once you get into it, isn't it? Maria's back. All right, yes. What is your Camp Nano goal? Let me know those. Maria says, for Camp Nano, I'm rewriting a mystery project I wrote last year. Gonna be hard to keep track of new words because I'm also cutting a lot. Yeah, I think I saw you mention that on our podcast with our ladies yesterday. That's exciting. So you're gonna turn it into a murder mystery, I think you said? That'd be fun. You do well with like mystery and sleuthing. That's what my daughter loves about Lottie's Locket, is that she's like, at first we were just in this new world and now we're having to uncover a mystery. She gets really excited about that. Okay. Yes. I can't decide if I want to do the book I was planning on doing for Nano or not. So my Nano goal was originally supposed to be writing up this book that I had like really loosely plotted or very, very, very light drafted a while ago, over a year and a half ago maybe. And it's a fun little New Year's Eve story. But one, there's a lot of problems with the original plot. Like a 14-year-old girl would never be allowed to ride a train from New York City to New Jersey by herself. I would hope. I mean, maybe she would if she was, I don't know, if she wasn't a first child. I don't know. My 14-year-old isn't allowed to walk to the subway at the end of our road by himself. So I have a really hard time believing that I could make that a believable concept. Maria says it was originally more supernatural and dreams, etc. Now rewriting it as a classic whodunit murder mystery. That'll be fun. And Maria, while you say it'll be hard to count like how many new words you get, that's actually what I did with my Nano last year. I had originally written it as a Grease in the UK. Are you familiar with Grease? John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John. So it was sort of it was like that plot line, but it was not, their characters didn't have any similar names or anything like that. But it was similar to that. He was a really, really bad boy. She was a real good girl. It was a summer romance turned into she was moving there and how that was going to play out. Well, when I ended up deciding to turn it into a nano, I came up with this mermaid idea that I wanted to do. And then I realized I could merge the two. So I ended up rewriting the 30, I think I had like between 20 and 30,000 words into my nano project. And so like the beginning kind of felt like it was going really fast because I already had some words, but I did have to like go through and tweak everything to make sure he wasn't as bad a boy and to make sure that her turning into a mermaid would make sense. Sandra says, so I'm chopping out, or no, that's still Maria. I missed something. Okay, here it is. I'm doing 50,000 on a new project. Good job. I've had it in mind for about 10 years though. It was going to be one book. Nope, turning it into 7. Wow. 7 books. That's quite the undertaking there, Chandra, but if you can do it, it's going to be amazing. I'm sure of it. Could be if something happened to her parents or if she runs away for some reason and no one knows where she is. I know, we just need to finish Laddie's Locket already, Maria. Like, I feel really bad that we haven't done that yet. We were reading it on Sunday in the car. We had a little mommy-daughter time, so we read it then, but then now it's Thursday. I don't understand where time goes. Maria says, oh, well, I thought you meant the country Grace. Yes, I'm familiar with the movie musical. It's a classic. Watched it a couple of times. It is a classic. Okay, we are past time to sprint, so let's go ahead and get going. We will chat at the 55. Okay? Okay, that is time. Good morning, Kristen. Welcome, welcome. How'd you guys do? I finished getting my beta sent out. Everyone who signed up now officially has a form of my book, whether it's a link to a PDF, a file. Oh, that reminds me, the Kindle ones need one more email. I was going to send them the actual Kindle file too, just in case it didn't go through on their Kindle, so they could send it to themselves. All right, so I have one more email to send, but it'll be fast and easy. And then I found my notebook with the really, really, really fast draft that I had written of this story I was thinking about doing for Nano. I mean, I hand wrote it all in one day. It's quite a few little tiny pages here. I just don't know if I feel like writing a winter story. I mean, it fits my timeline because if I plan on publishing my first book in July, it'd be nice to have another book ready to go. I would have to publish it in December. I think I could get it done. Chandra says she read an article. Good job. Kristen woke up. So, my hair's doing this poofy thing today, which I'm pretty sure half of the world plans. They do these intentional, and they get it to look poofy and it looks perfect and it's all on purpose. This was not on purpose, and I think it looks nice. If I tried to do it on purpose, it would not look like this, of course. Maria thinks she's got about 435 new words so far. Good job, Maria. Awesome. Oh, yeah. I need to decide, right now, what I'm doing, and I just can't. Chandra, I realized when I went upstairs to get my book that your comment about the girl running away was related to my book idea, how to make that a believable scenario of her going to New York at the age of 14, or from New York to New Jersey at the age of 14. Yeah, so my original premise for the idea was that her family moves. Something tragic happens. Her dad moves her from New Jersey to New York. She doesn't want to leave it behind. There's this big New Year's Eve party she wants to be a part of, so she goes there, but she can't be seen, so she sneaks into her old bedroom, and she meets the boy who lives there now. And then disappears the next day because she has to go home, and then makes it sort of a tradition. And for years to come, this boy and this girl meet only on New Year's Eve. I like the concept in some ways. I just don't know if it's believable. Also, I just realized that the book I'm releasing now is also about a girl who's dealing with tragedy and her mother moves her. So, I'm not sure that would work. I probably need to totally rethink it. I might end up having to spend, yay, a 4-hour stream. Yes, Kristen, I'm here for the count. Well, for you, it'll be 3 hours. But I am here for it. The first day of Nano, I need to get some stuff done and get ready so that this project can rock. Not that I plan on finishing. I need to set realistic goals. I'm also trying to list my house last month. I was trying to list my house last month. I still don't know if we can even make it this month, but here we are. We're trying. Whew. One more minute. Not one more minute. One more second. This lipstick's too dark. I don't like it. Anyway. Are you guys ready for it? Another one? Missing Piper this morning. I hope she's feeling okay. Alright. Music's on. Caption going on. Get to doing what needs to be doing. Listen, don't forget, it's the first day of Poetry Month. You need to write some sort of a poem. It doesn't have to be long, but it has to be something, because that's what you committed to doing. Alright. To work. Well, that's that. Another one bites the dust. How'd you do? I am looking at my notes that I had written before. It really is a sweet story. Even if it is December. It's spring. I want to think about spring, but I don't know. These nameless characters. I seriously wrote, I drafted this whole long story one day, and I didn't even have the characters' names. I have names of friends and parents and influencers in the story, but the main characters are completely nameless. And I wish that Piper was here because I know she's working on the third book in her series, and she has a couple of characters who have mutations, gene mutations. One is that they have different colored eyes, and can't remember what she called the other one, but it had to do with skin spotting, and I don't know if hair as well. But these characters in this book have the same mutations. And that's part of what draws them together. What excites them when they meet each other is that they both have this sort of unusual look to them. She has I'm going to pronounce it wrong. I wrote a note saying to research it, but where did I write it? Poliosis, where a patch, usually near the front of the hair, is lighter than the rest of the hair, or white. Excuse me. Maria wrote another couple hundred words. Good job. Now I got distracted by a Twitter game looking for a GIF that represents my novel. It's hard. A Twitter game that wants a GIF that represents your novel? That's the Twitter game? That sounds fun. But which novel? The one I just finished? Sent off to betas? Or the one for Camp Nano? Alright, so I'm trying to decide. I think I could probably tweak the premise a little bit. Maybe the parents go back for the party too. They take her to a party, but she doesn't want to be there. She's mad at them. So she runs away just enough to hide in someone else's room, not knowing whose it is. It doesn't have to necessarily be her bedroom, right? Just somewhere that she's hiding and he's hiding for different reasons. And they do this every year for 1 billion years. That could work. And be believable. And it's probably not going to be New York because I've only been there once. Been to New Jersey and New York once. I have family who could tell me whether or not I'm getting the culture down, but probably just better to write with more familiar territory. It's part of historical fiction community chat thing. I'm using my first historical fiction novel. Nice. Nice. So I switched chairs because my other one kept sinking. It's a good thing that all of my kitchen chairs are in my basement. Kids. Why are my kitchen chairs all in the basement? But it's a good thing because I was able to switch chairs pretty easily. So, one more minute. I'm feeling better. About the idea of using this story. So, there's that. Okay. Are you guys ready? Did you get your wiggles out? Did you do your chatting? Okay. We will talk at 7:55. Oops, I didn't mute that time. Sorry, guys. All right, how'd you do? I read through everything that I had written for this potential story. I think I'm gonna go with it. So, now I need a working title. Turn this music down a little bit. How'd you do? Kristen, is your brain working yet? gotta wake up. We're just getting started. Woohoo, I'm excited. I don't have to run and wake up my kids. They were up late last night. I went to bed on time and then sound asleep, and my husband shouts over me, "Kids, it's time to go to bed." I was like, "What?" Yeah, it startled me, and then they proceeded to all fight about anything and everything. I don't even know. The kids were fighting, my husband was fighting. I think it took a half hour for them to get to bed. And I was just laying there dead. Kristen made coffee and washed dishes. Maria spent that sprint updating some bits and pieces on my website. Way to go, Maria. I need to make my husband make my website. Have you heard the saga? I don't know if I've shared this on here before, or if I texted it in comments on the ladies podcast. But I had a website under a pen name in 2017. I just decided that moving towards more of this semi-anonymous, because I was using a pen name and I didn't tell anyone I was doing it. Blogging was how I was going to pursue writing for the time being. I just needed to get out of the mindset of trying to finish a novel and being stressed out by that and move into blogging. And then that was January. He created this for me. In April, a friend of mine, or several different things were leading up to me wanting to start writing a novel again. Just Christian friends that prompted me or asked me, questions, or said something completely different about following the Lord's plan or whatever. And then in April, the pastor who actually co-married us with my husband's grandpa, was at one of my meetings, and he came right up to me and he was like, I call myself a hobby writer, right? And this is my plan. I make a goal to write 300 words, which is approximately one page, every day. If I can write 300 words every day, I can write a novel in 6 months, and that's a good goal. And I was like, that's so much more doable than NaNoWriMo, where it's 2,000 or 3,000 words a day. And Chandra got 198 words. Way to go. Kristen says mental illness is acting up again. Brain is not working. Well, give it another hour. Maybe it'll be working at 8 a.m., 5 a.m. So I was like, wait, that's actually really doable. And at the time, I was reading a ton of books by I think it's Brooke St. James. She's got books in Kindle Unlimited, and she just had this family series. I just finished reading 8 or 9 of them. She calls them novels, but I felt like those ones were closer to novellas. And there I go, being a word snob. That's right there, the example of me being a word snob. I think they were 50,000 words, and so I thought of them more as novellas. But they were light, and they were fun, and they were all kind of similar, and I figured because they were shorter, they were probably easier to write, and I was like, I could do that. And all of a sudden, this idea popped into my head, but it was not light, and it was not fast. It's a 3 to 5 book series. I can't decide yet. And I wrote the first book in 2017, which meant I wasn't blogging, which meant that my husband canceled my website after another year or so because I wasn't using it. And so this has been a source of contention between us since then. Because he didn't believe in me, and he canceled my website, and he's like, but you weren't using it. I was like, but I was writing a novel. Anyway, now I need him to make me a new website using my name, Teresa Thomas, because I'm owning it. I am a writer. I don't need to hide from it. I don't need to shy from it. I've changed my Instagram name. I changed my Facebook name. This is me. And I'm doing it. Okay. Kristen says, had an anxiety attack to the point of tears since I did dishes after a week instead of writing in sprints like multiple people have told me to. I'm probably just going to get off streams for a bit. Well, I'm not going to make you feel bad for writing or washing dishes, Kristen. It's okay. Like, I'm glad that you're here. I know that you need people, and I'm totally okay with that. I only said something about you writing a poem today because you mentioned I was going to make you yesterday. So I thought you wanted me to hold you accountable. If you don't want to write right now, that's okay. Just being here is probably good for you because I know you need friends. Okay? So don't get upset. Okay? Don't cry on my behalf. I'm not gonna kick you out. I'm glad you're here. Makes me smile every time you show up at 4 a.m. to write with me, or not write with me, as it may be. All right, it is 8:02. I'm gonna say we'll start this next one at 8:05, and then we will start. Let's do a 30-minute because I've got to figure out Scrivener and get some organizing done. So we'll do a 30-minute sprint in 3 minutes. All right. Did I mention that Chandra got 198 words? I think I did. Good job. How are you feeling about what you're writing, Chandra? Is your scene going well? Maria's working on a murder mystery. What are you working on? I know it's 50,000 words, but what is the genre? What type of story are you writing, Chandra? I think I'm moving into a holiday romance. Yay. I could make it. I had another idea, which was like a summer fling kind of thing. But that idea, they'd only met one summer, and then he became famous. Oh, I love that story idea. I love famous people in romances. I just do. I was trying to joke off others saying vacuuming can wait since I did that instead of writing yesterday. Easier than explaining it. Had been weeks since I could do it without having an anxiety attack. Yeah. Yeah, when it was mentioned yesterday, I cringed. I didn't think that was a very nice way to say that, but I didn't know how much she knew about your situation and your anxiety and stuff either, so I didn't want to pipe in and say anything. But you don't need to leave on my account, Kristen. I love you. But if you do need to leave for your own health, I hope you have a great day and I'll be praying for you. I don't like any of it, but I'm not going to worry about that. I'm working on a high fantasy story. It's been in my head for 10 years. Good, bad, or ugly, I need to get it on paper. Okay, this is the story that's going to be 7 books. That's right. High fantasy. Ooh. You don't like any of it, but that's okay. You've got time to change it, right? Plenty of time. It is 8:05. Okay, I'm starting the 30-minute timer. Get stuff done. that's time. Carrie made it. Good morning, Carrie. I asked a question about Scrivener and share it because it really is one of the biggest mysteries of the world. Why is Scrivener's website Literature and Latte and not Scrivener? Like, why? That doesn't make any sense. Even if they started out as Literature and Latte and then launched Scrivener and then realized Scrivener was going well, they still should have created a separate domain name and linked the two sites together so that you could easily, way more easily, find Scrivener. I'm just saying. Good morning, Carrie. What are you working on? If you're working on anything specific for Camp Nano, I'm asking about Camp Nano projects today. What are you working on? I've officially decided I'm going to work on my New Year's Eve story, temporarily calling it Serendipitous, like capital US, Serendipitous, a New Year's Eve romance. Yeah, sort of, maybe, I think. Anyway, and I put it in my Camp Nano, and I officially decided to try Scrivener 3.0 for the PC now that it's out. Anyone try it yet? Oh, Chandra got 300 and... I hate it when it does that. I am not wrong about that. I am right about Scrivener. They are missing the ball. Anyway, it doesn't look professional not having your name match your product. See, now it's getting too poofy. All right, Chandra got 306 words. Yes. Oh, you tried Scrivener 3.0 and you love it? Excellent. Apparently I need to choose a backup folder. I don't know how to do that. Anyway, so I've been downloading Scrivener 3.0, getting that going, getting ready to open the project and maybe get a couple of chapters and scenes sort of figured out. The way I hand wrote it, all of the flashbacks are in his point of view. And most of the story, at least for the beginning portion of it, are in her point of view. I'm trying to decide if I need to make more flashbacks and make his point of view only in flashbacks, or if I need to make anyway, sorry, just found a dead bug on my table. I work in the basement, so gross. I cohabitate with some bugs sometimes. Oh, that alarm's going off to tell me to take my kids to school. It's spring break, so I don't have to. Chandra says, I got to get ready for an appointment. Thank you, and I'll see you tomorrow. Well, thanks for being here, Chandra. I'm glad to have had you. No, I've never used Scrivener. That was for your story idea. Oh, serendipitous. You loved that. See, I get so distracted by these messages coming in delayed. Sometimes I think I should just watch it on YouTube instead of in here, but if I do that, there could be an echo of some kind or something. I can mute it, but I don't know. Anyway. Whew. In one more minute, I think we'll start another 30 at the 8:40 mark. Kind of waiting to see if Carrie's still here, if she wants to tell us what she's working on. All right, it is 8:40, so why don't we go ahead and start? We will write until 9:10. All right? Scrivener open. I looked at some tutorials. I tried to find some info I thought I had saved before about like character looks for this story. I came up with names. I think if anyone's here, you're welcome to let me know if you approve. I'm thinking Misty Mayfield and Wade Cooper Davis. A man with both 3 first names and 3 last names. Good morning, Nicole Wolf. Just hopped over in to get some sprints done right after I get my demanding child a sandwich for breakfast. Or a hot dog, or what did mine ask for the other day for breakfast? I was like, really? And they ate it and they were happy. I can't remember what it was. Something in that same vein. It's how they roll, right? Welcome. We're going to do another sprint probably in just a couple of minutes. Of course, I just heard my dog. Need to go outside. You guys put in the comments what you're working on. Your name is Nicola, right? Or I can't. Hold on. Nicole. Okay. Let me know if you're working on Camp Nano, and if you are, what your project is. And I will be back in 2 seconds. Sorry. She toned down just as I started talking. I didn't want her to wake up the rest of the house. / my husband is working, I think, so he probably can't stop to take her out. So yes, I think those are going to be my names. Misty Mayfield and Wade Cooper Davis. I think. Love to know what Nicole is working on and how. Let's see who's still with me. Maria and Chandra both jumped off. How Carrie is doing. And anyone else who might be here watching. Oh boy. Feel like, for those who are just joining in, because we have a little turnover, started the first couple of sprints. I got my beta book sent out to my beta readers. I got all of that checked off the list, and then now I'm kind of planning early stages, figuring out what I'm doing for Camp Nano. I've decided that for Camp Nano, I cannot set a goal of writing a full book. I just have too much going on. I am starting a new book. I am excited to be starting a new book. And I'm going to do as much as I can in said book, but we are also trying to get our house listed, and I have a big work meeting in 2 weeks, and so I just don't think that I can definitively say, yes, I will finish a novel this month. I'm going to instead say I'm going to write every day for at least 2 hours, Monday through Friday, and maybe once over the weekends if I can find some time. And I might attempt like a 50,000 word goal, maybe. We'll see how it goes. That's what my Nano project says at the moment, is 50,000 word goal. So there we have it. not seeing any more comments come through. I'll check on YouTube real quick just to make sure. Oh, there it is. Came up at the same time. All right, Nicole says I'm working on the first draft of a new book and hoping to finish it by the end of Camp Nano. We shall see. Same thing. I'm starting a new draft of a new book, and we shall see. I am committing, though, to writing during my daily morning sprints from 6 to 8 a.m. I am planning on writing at least during that time, and this week starts out being on spring break, so I will be able to extend my time a couple of those days. Mondays and Wednesdays, I still stop at 8 so that I can pop over and support my friends, the Christian Indie Writers Podcast on YouTube, who also do streams Mondays and Wednesdays from 8 to 10. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and start the timer again. Let's do 20. Does that work? I'm going to do 20 minutes so that we can do another 20 minutes after this. Wow. No. Let's do 35 and then we can chat one last time before we go at 10. Does that sound okay? Yes, maybe? I'm going to go with 35. 35 plus 17. Okay. So, hearing no complaints. Okay, well, that is time for that last sprint. I feel like I'm just like making headway. Like I'm almost just now ready to start actually doing anything. But trying to go back through something that I first crafted a while ago. That trying to make it make sense, maybe fit a little different format. Kind of started out when I wrote it before that he led all the flashbacks, but then there's a couple of scenes where he's actually in real time, and I will probably use those or something similar, but later because I have to get through all the flashbacks first. So, and then weave her in. I think I'm gonna like leave her present times in moving the year forward. So I was talking about my hair earlier today, Piper. I cannot make this like poofy look on purpose. This happened all by accident. If I tried to do it on purpose, it wouldn't be good. But as the day has gone on, it's gotten poofier. I'm not sure if I like it anymore. So Piper said good morning. She's going to be doing a live office hours in a Zoom. I asked how or where, and she said she pays for Becca Syme's Patreon. She has a level, I think it's $5 a month or around that. That includes Zoom office. That's cool. Nicole got distracted by the stomach, made a smoothie, but I got 80 words in first. LOL. Well, there you go. 80 words is more words than you had before, and now that you have brain power, fuel, you will be on a roll, right? I'm trying to read this person's screen name real quick. Hold on. Beakorge? I never really write with music, but this music is lovely. Good choice. Well, thank you. I like having music on, and I know a couple of my other viewers who come regularly do. Welcome to my channel. It's nice to see you here. I think I'm actually I'm tempted to do one more because I feel like I'm just getting started, but I've been here since 6 a.m. button chair. So, and I sat button chair all day yesterday. I'm thinking maybe I need to get up and move around. I'm so tempted to do one more though. Oh, I grew up in the 80s. I'm all about big hair. See, I like the idea of big hair. Like, I want it to look good on me, but every time I do it, I think I just have so many flyaways. I don't know. I like end up pulling it back like really tight because I don't like stuff falling. I don't know. I like the way it looks on other people. I struggle with it on myself, I guess. Ah, it's my two cats combined, Beaker and George. Nice. I like that. I don't know where you are from, Begorge. But I would love to know what time it is for you. Is it going on at 10 o'clock your time or something else? And do you have a Camp Nano project that you're going to be doing? Are you starting Camp Nano? Is there going to be some kind of a goal? I don't know, Piper. I should probably just stand while I'm talking to you guys. I could try. I did stand up a little bit yesterday while I was working on stuff on my computer. And I'll stand, like when I'm doing work, I'll stand up for sometimes. But when, I don't know, something about being creative, maybe it's just not quite the right height. I don't know. A struggle. It's just what you are used to, what you grew up with, because I think it looks lovely. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Ah, Canada. You are not that far away from me. I'm in Michigan. Well, it depends on where in Canada you're at. I guess just because you're in Canada doesn't mean you're right across the Michigan border. But I know some people who live in Canada who live closer to me than my parents who live in Michigan. So I can't get my hair to poof or curl for the life of me, and it makes me sad. Anyone else suffer from stick straight hair? No, my hair does have some, it's straight, but it has volume and it holds curl. My sisters both hate my hair because I have really thick hair and it holds curl really well, and they do not have thick hair. All three of us have different types of hair. It's really funny. My younger sister and I have similar hair color, but then the youngest has red hair, and her hair's got this real, like, it's got like almost like a curly hair texture to it, but it's straight hair. And it doesn't curl for anything, but it's got like kind of that, I don't know if you would call it frizz. Like if it's really humid out, it's even harder for her to control. Not really sure how to describe it. And then the other sister's hair is super sleek and straight, but also does not hold curl. Yep, trying to hit 40,000 today. Also, I am writing standing my laptop on a stack of books. Nice. So you're planning on hitting 40,000 words in one day? Or you're hitting a 40,000 word mark that you've been working towards this month, not today. Okay. I was like, wait, this month, 40,000 words. That's an excellent goal. Right now, Nano says I'm working towards 50,000, but really I'm planning on writing for about 2 hours every day. Monday through Friday and seeing what I can do with that. If it gets me close to that or 30 to 40, I'll be happy. I also have to try to get my house listed. If my house is not listed by May 1st, you guys need to come after me. Like, for real, I'm over it. Like, get this house on the market. It was supposed to be in March. So if it's not done by May 1st, like, get on my tail. For reals. Nicole says my hormonal changes are just giving me facial hair. I can agree with that. I have a very fine hair, but thick hair that is so straight. I just want some bleach waves. Beach waves. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Michelle. No, not Michelle, Nicole. I don't know why when it's so small like that, I read your name wrong. First I thought it was Nicola, and now I'm calling you Michelle. You're never going to come back and join me again. Okay, well, I've been chatting for a while, and I did kind of... You guys are all still here. Are you guys up for one more? Maybe I'll try to stand while doing it. You guys want to do one more? Maybe 25 minutes. I think that'll get me enough to have a decent paper outline that I can transfer into the Scrivener file so that tomorrow I can just come in and just write. I won't get any words today, but I will have everything organized. I think that would be enough time for me. So what do you guys think? 25 more minutes? You guys up for it? All right. Looks like we've got some, and now they come up. I keep doing that. I go to my YouTube to try to find comments, and then they pop up. All right, totally will stay for one more. I'm ready for one more. All right, ladies, let's do it then. I'm going to do 25 minutes instead of 35. Starting now. Get some stuff done. All right.
Did you get your books out, people?
That. Yep, I'm live streaming. It's all right. All right, so that is that. I've managed to put an outline down on paper at least. I have the first, couple of chapters lined up with what I'd originally thought would be sort of the scene and how it would work. But I don't know. I think it needs a little conflict. A one thing, and a little something to spice it up so that each flashback isn't, see, Piper, my hair. Each flashback isn't exactly the same. I need some sort of drama thrown in. I mean, there are stakes that she has created for herself. At the end of the year, they don't find each other, it's over. She won't ever see him again. Unless they run into each other. But if they don't run into each other within a year, she's ruling him out and moving on. Piper, that was Mr. Teresa. He wanted to know if I had gotten my beta book sent out. And I did. I did that first thing this morning. Nicole says she's up to 293 words so far today. Great job, Nicole, especially since I think you're starting something new, which is great. Piper got 295 this go for being so tired. That is amazing. You guys are great. I'm so glad you guys are joining me today or joined me today. I will be back tomorrow. You'll have to check the schedule to see what I wrote in the thing. I don't know how to find it after I schedule it. It just sort of disappears into the nano world. Not nano world, but space, web, interweb. It just disappears into the interweb after I schedule a stream. Other people seem to be able to find scheduled streams and share them on playlists and whatever, but I can't find it. Anyways, if you find it, I have the time in there. I think I said until 9:30 because tomorrow's Friday, so I want to make sure I have time to take a break and stretch and get my stuff in order so that I can clean my house or something while I listen to the Christian Indie Writers podcast at 10. So, my friend requested you to get the link for the beta. Okay, I will do that. Are we not friends already? I will chat with you in Messenger because I wanted to ask you something else about that too, about like format and stuff. So I will message you when I'm done here. So you've been on Zoom Office and here at the same time. You're quite talented, Piper. I've been on Zoom Office, which includes a camera on in my room too, and my daughter wandered into the room in her PJs, not realizing. My daughter wanders in her PJs all the time, but she's 7, so she doesn't really care. I don't think your daughter's 7. Your gremlins might be, but not your daughter. Okay. With that, I am going to sign off for the day. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you had a great start to Camp NaNoWriMo. Like you feel like you're getting your words in and getting some progress made. I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow from 6 to 9:30, I believe. I have to check that. I'm pretty sure that's what I said. And we can continue making progress on these goals. As we go forth, remember... Oh, no, not at the same time. Okay. So that didn't just happen just now. I think that happened in the past. But now she peeks in and asks, is that on? Before coming in. She has gotten smart. Okay, so remember as we go forth, Colossians 3:23, whatever you do, do it from the heart as something done for the Lord and not for people. You're welcome, Piper. I'm glad you were able to make it.